Amy, are you able to take our roll call?
I am. Brian Shellum.
Here.
Brittany Tomcho.
Here.
Kathy White.
Here.
Bill Pearson.
Here.
Damon Gardenhire.
Here.
Jared Buswell.
Here.
Kitty Campbell.
Here.
Courtney Anderson. David Rakakis.
Here.
We have a quorum. It is 1:01.
All right, I'm going to have Andrew Carlson come to the podium. He's going to provide our invocation for us today. He is with the Tulsa PD. He's the chaplain for them and also with Capital Culture and providing spiritual guidance to our legislators.
Thank you. Please join me in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you today with hearts full of thanksgiving and praise. Thank you for bringing us here together in service of our state. Lord, you have appointed each leader here for such a time as this. We ask that you grant them wisdom, peace, and unity as they make decisions that will shape the lives of students and families across Oklahoma. Lord, I pray out the Colossians 1:9, asking God to fill this board with knowledge of your will and all spiritual wisdom and understanding. Quiet every distraction and silence any voices that opposes your perfect will. Let this meeting be filled with your presence, and let every thought and word be anchored in your truth and guided by your Spirit. We thank you for surrounding them with favor as a shield, for establishing their steps, and for letting their work bring honor to you and blessings to they serve. May they leave this place knowing they have stood under the covering of your presence and the certainty of your peace. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Please join me for the pledge. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Salute of Oklahoma. I
Salute the flag of the state of Oklahoma. Its symbols of peace unite all people.
We'll have a moment of silence. All right, we'll get started. Well, welcome everybody. We will start with action item number 3, discussion and possible action regarding the minutes of July 14th, 2025 regular board meeting. Any discussion or possible motion to approve? Not all at once.
So moved. Second.
Call for a vote.
Brittany Tomcho.
Abstain.
Kathy White.
Yes.
Bill Pearson.
Yes.
Damon Gardenhire.
Yes.
Jared Buswell.
Yes.
Kitty Campbell.
Yes.
Courtney Anderson. David Rakakis.
Abstain.
Brian Shellum.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Motion carries. We will move to action item, or item number 5, public comment. I think we have a couple people. What do
We
you say?
do have 2 people, Carol Kelly and Cindy Friedman.
Welcome.
Thank you.
I just recently had cataract surgery, so I'm transitioning between readers and no glasses. So it's kind of weird. So good afternoon, board members, executive director, staff of the statewide charter school board, and to the other public visitors. I am Carol Kelly. I am the immediate past president of Insight School of Oklahoma, of the governance board, and I am here today. I am also a current member of the board, and I am here today to provide a brief narrative of the Insight School of Oklahoma, its history, an overview of the students we serve, and the impact this school has on our Oklahoma communities. We want to share, and there is a piece of paper in front of you, we want to share the vital and life-changing work being done at our school. I am proud and honored to be on this board because these are students at risk, and we help them earn diplomas and prepare for life after school. ISOK was created to serve students who are often left behind in traditional settings. Students facing trauma, poverty, academic failure, mental health struggles. Many are parents and many are adjudicated. Many come to us as a last resort after multiple school changes or significant gaps in their education through a model built on flexibility, individualized support, and compassion. We are helping them stay enrolled and cross the finish line. This is so important to me as an educator. These are our Oklahoma students. Serving our students is extremely rewarding, but immensely challenging. It requires wraparound support while maintaining high expectations and intensive engagement. Despite these challenges, we are making a difference. Over the past 6 years, our graduation rate has more than doubled, graduating 200 seniors in May in 2025. And to me, the statistic that really hits home is you have to have a high school diploma to join the military. And we are helping those students become citizens in our military as well. Last year alone, course completion rose by 11 points for middle school and 10 points for high school. We prioritize literacy as a foundational skill for success. For the past 3 years, ISOK has trained teachers to embed reading comprehension strategies into every subject. This is a school-wide initiative. And we have seen our rates go up according to the STAR benchmark assessments. All of our students will eventually face life after school. So we continue to expand and enhance our programming. Is that my 3 minutes?
That's your 3 minutes. We'll let you finish your sentence, though. We won't cut you off.
Okay. Many of our students work full-time and need flexible options like internships.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Cindy? All right, Cindy Freeman, right?
Yes, sir. Cindy Friedemann, and I served as the board chair for Insight Schools of Oklahoma prior to Carol's service. So I'm a dedicated board member and also a lifelong educator, as well as currently working in economic development and workforce development. So my comments will be very short. One of the things I wanted to tell you is, in my own personal philosophy, for a person who's in poverty, in my mind, there are two ways out. One is education, and the other is employment. We work on both of those things at Insight Schools of Oklahoma, but I do believe that the students we serve often have already not succeeded in a traditional education setting. And so when they are coming to our school, they're having a second chance or a third chance to get their education, and that is critical for our students. The way that we are measured is a rubric that is used that's well designed for a in-person school, but it's probably not as well designed for a virtual school where the students are participating online. One analogy I wanted to share was my husband actually attended a 2-room school in a dependent school district in Payne County. Well, the way that you would evaluate that school probably would not be the way you'd evaluate a large school district, say in Edmond or Oklahoma City Public Schools. So again, we need flexibility in the measuring of the success of our program, and we would welcome and hope that there would be a new way to look at what good looks like for a virtual school, a virtual alternative school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. All right, move back up to number 4, Chairman's opening comments. So I wanted to share with you guys, this week is a big week for me and my wife and my family. I have 2 kids, twins, that are getting ready to go off to college this week on Thursday. Our son will be going and our daughter will be going on Saturday. And so there's a lot of emotions. And as I've looked back, you know, I have no regrets with what my wife and I have done. We've prepared them the best we can. But I'm going to be sad because I'm going to miss them, right? You know, you can't go backwards and you can't, you know, have them shrink. You know, sometimes they're really cute. But it made me think about the things that we do here in this board and the things that the schools are trying to do. Is we cannot take responsibility for their lives, individual students, but what we can do is do everything we can to prepare and create a great environment and give them every opportunity to succeed. And I believe that all the schools that we are serving, they are trying to do that. And I think in our culture today, there's this big push about affirming. And I'm going to tell you, I think it's, quite honestly, a lot of it's garbage. I am so thankful that my father did not affirm every decision I wanted to make, especially when I was 14 years old. You know, that we get pushback. And the point being is we typically grow the greatest when we face things that are difficult. You know, our adversaries, be it in sports, we go to the gym, we push against weights, it makes us stronger. When we find good competition that's honest, it makes us better competitors, be it on the sports court or the field or in the arena of business. Our competitors typically push us to become better. And I'm hoping when we go around, continue to work here on our board, that the lively conversation or the debate of topics, we are pushing one another to do better. And we are pushing the schools. We are all on the same team. We want best for Oklahoma. And so when we discuss the topics today and some of the things that we've discussed the last couple of months, when we're pushing back, it's not because we're beating down, but we're not going to affirm things that are not working. That we will push and say we want to do better. I am thankful for the teachers who poured into me, the mentors, be it spiritual or business-wise, that said, this is not going to work. You can do more. And so I just want to encourage our board to continue to embrace that attitude, that we will continue to do more, that we're here to serve the schools. We are here to serve the children and the families of Oklahoma. So, and that's all because my kids are going to college. So, all right, we'll continue to move on. Yes, we will do our board spotlight, item 6, charter school expansion, Brent Bushy from Fuel OKC and Chris Brewster from Santa Fe South Charter School. He's the superintendent. Yes. So this is a good presentation. Becky and I saw this last fall, and it is outstanding, and we're excited to share with you guys.
No pressure.
You know, as they come forward, I'm so pleased that we're able to introduce them today. As Chairman Shellam said, we did see parts of this presentation at Excel in Ed last fall. Their presentation does a good job of helping this fairly new board, you know, a year old, kind of connect the growth of charter schools, the growth of the city, the growth of the charter school community in our state. It's certainly worthy of being heard today. Mr. Bushy is the Executive Director of Fuel OKC. As many also know him as, I think, the founder and Executive Director for many years for the Oklahoma Public Schools Resource Center. For me personally, since 2015, when I took this job, if I had a question, if I needed to say something out loud and someone give me a perspective, hear my perspective, Brent has received the call. So I personally appreciate everything that he has done, a firm supporter and good partner for this board for sure. Mr. Brewster, Chris Brewster, is the superintendent and founder of Santa Fe South Charter Schools. I think he began that in 1999, right at the beginning of charter schools in Oklahoma. So he has certainly been at the beginning of this movement of charter schools and school choice in Oklahoma. I will tell you that I had the privilege of knowing him prior to 1999 and working with him at Deer Creek. Asked him several times to come back to Deer Creek, and it was very clear that not only was Santa Fe South his passion, but one time he even said to me, "Becky, this is my mission." And I've always remembered that and appreciated that your primary concern is the kids of Santa Fe South. I've also heard him referred to as the giant in Oklahoma charter schools. So there you go. There's your introduction to these two gentlemen. Thank
Giant
you
what?
for coming today.
Well, thank you for the kind words, Dr. Wilkinson, and I hope my wife was watching. So, and thank you to the State Charter School Board. When the legislation passed a few years ago, creating this board, Chris and I were both supportive of the legislation, and it's been a joy to watch this team come together and to see an advocate for charter schools out there. I know that schools don't always love that, but I think that in charter schools we believe in accountability, and having a strong board that's both supportive but also holds schools accountable is important, and I think that the work you guys are doing is critical. So thank you very much. But let me jump in. I've modified my slides a little bit, and I will note that I broke a rule and made some last-minute changes, so I have a few typos, so I apologize if you notice them. I'll try not to highlight them. So let me talk about Fuel OKC. We're in our about 18 months in. We started in January of 24. And our mission's real simple. We want to see more kids in the urban core of Oklahoma City attending a quality public school. First step you've got to do when you decide to set out with that mission is you got to establish what's the definition of a quality school. Let me tell you, that's fun. You know, we know that, well, it's in the news right now. State assessments and accountability can be a controversial topic, but we chose, and I will admit I chose reluctantly using the A through F report card. We said if a school has an A or a B, it's quality. If it's a C or an F, it's not. And here's how I finally sort of accepted it. Part of it is we didn't really have a better option. The other piece is I took a look at this, and we have 18 schools within the boundaries of Oklahoma City Public Schools that have an A or a B on the state report card. And I looked at those schools, and I like to say the most important hat I get up and put on every day is the hat that says Dad, right? That's more important than anything else I do. And if I'm going to work in this work, then I should be comfortable sending my kids to the schools that I'm supportive of. And I'd be 100% supportive of my kids going to any of those 18 schools. If I look at the schools that don't have an A or a B, there's a few. I've been in most of the schools over my time here. There's a few that I'd be open to, but most not. And that's not just the academics, but it is absolutely the academics that we see inside those schools. So that's the bar that we set for quality. And then we said, okay, well, if that's where we are today, about 20% of the kids attend a quality school, where are we going? And we don't believe in low goals, so we've got a fairly audacious goal. By 2030, half the kids within the boundaries of OKCPS are going to be in an A or B school. So let me talk to you about why, and there's two whys. So the one on the left is the most important why, right? Because you know, my story is dad of two girls. My oldest has Down syndrome. My youngest is typically developing. We moved here when they were 5 and 3 years old, and part of the reason we were open to moving was when we were pregnant, we moved into a neighborhood that wouldn't serve. We moved into a neighborhood specifically for the school where our friends were going to. It was in Prince George's County outside of Washington, D.C. And then when my daughter was born emergently and unexpectedly with Down syndrome, we found out that they didn't offer special ed in the neighborhood school. And then we looked at the school that they were proposing to bus our daughter to, and it was unacceptable. We went into the school, it didn't feel safe, the academics were poor. And I thought, wow. And we went and met with the school, did not go well, like the neighborhood school, about how we could get there. We were told you could sue the district and maybe you could win, or you could sign away your parental rights to any special services, and those are the only ways your daughter could come here. So my wife and I decided that we would have to move. And then I asked the question, at the time I wasn't working in education, I had left the field, and I said, well, what if we couldn't afford to move? What would we do? And I didn't like the answer I got. And so that's the most important piece is I think about families where if they're sending their kids, the majority of families within the boundaries of Oklahoma City public schools, if they're sending their kids to schools where less than 20% of the kids will read proficiently on grade level. I can't imagine if I couldn't get out of that, if I couldn't get my kid into a selective magnet school, if I couldn't afford to go to private school, if I couldn't transfer somewhere else, if I didn't feel comfortable with where my child was going to school,
I can't imagine the anger and the frustration that I would have. And that's the why that should fuel all of this work. So that why's been out there for a while. And it unfortunately has not compelled people to change. There's been a second why, and it's highlighted in this slide, in this graphic here on the right. And it relates to the renaissance that we talk about in Oklahoma City and maps, right? I moved here 11 years ago. If you guys don't know, Mr. Gardenhire was one of the folks that helped bring me here, and I remember met with him and I said, wait a minute, you're a Republican and you're talking about a sales tax in a positive way. Help me out here. And I'm picking on Damon, but like the same thing goes. When I talk to people across the country and I talk about maps, they say, wait a minute, a sales tax is a good thing, right? And it really is truly an amazing story if you look at Oklahoma City and the renaissance that we've seen over the last 30 years since the bomb went off and we rallied around the sales tax. You think about all of the things. We're going to be part of the Olympics because of it, right? We just won the world championship in the NBA because we taxed ourselves and we built a basketball arena. We also had a round for schools and we built a bunch of nice school buildings, but it didn't improve. And so when I moved here, Becky mentioned that I helped found the Public School Resource Center 11 years ago. The office there has been on 13th Street. If you know where the Harvey Bakery is, it's attached right there. And we look south. And I said, I had a front row seat to what MAPS did to Midtown, right? The whole city just transformed in the 11 years they were there. I remember when Blue Garden went in, we walked, my staff and I walked down and we were like, we could walk to lunch. Like, this is revolutionary. Now you can go next door, you go all over the place. The city has transformed. And so this statistic blew my mind. When you look at the population of Oklahoma City, we're one of the fastest growing cities in the United States. But if you look at the population within OKCPS, essentially the urban core of Oklahoma City, the population's flat. And then when you look at the number of residents that are 18 years and younger, it's actually gone down by 6%. And that's why we see less kids in public schools today, that's both district and charter, than we did just 10 years ago. And so, as you know, I'm not an official Okie, I don't have roots here, I moved here 11 years ago, but I consider myself part of the fabric of the city at this point. And I talk about what a great place it is to raise a family. I talk about all these positive things in the city, and I assume if you live here, you do as well. I also feel it's important that we recognize that this is not a foundation for long-term success. If our urban core no longer has families, if the only families remain are those, oh, I'm sorry, I left out an important piece. We then went and looked, well, why are families leaving the urban core, but the overall population is still growing? And it wasn't a surprise to find the Oklahoma City Chamber had done a survey, I think it's about 5 years old now, but the number one reason that families leave the urban core of Oklahoma City, the boundaries of OKCPS, are the lack of quality school options. So if we know people are leaving because of schools, and we know that our city's renaissance, the things that we talk with such great pride, understandably so, is based on the strength of our downtown, our urban core, and what are we doing to improve? And that's the why, our two whys. One, families need and deserve. This is a social justice issue. But from an economic development and a city revitalization, if we don't take this seriously, we'll face some hard times in the future. So I'm going to jump into some data. First, I want to highlight a study that came out a few years ago that frankly shocked us. Just recently we saw there's a new national study that says Oklahoma's 50th in the country for education. If you want to be depressed, I could go through lots more data. But there's a shining star, and it's our charter sector. Harvard did this study. They looked at NAEP results in charter schools across the country, state by state. Not every state has charter schools. I think 43 states have charter schools. So they looked at the states that had charter schools, and they pulled a sampling of NAEP data. And Oklahoma ranks 6th in the country. I've talked to folks who funded this study, and they said, well, we expected, Massachusetts to be up there. We expected New Hampshire, New York, and then when they got to Oklahoma, when they first were reviewing the results, like, wait a minute, what's going on here? Because that doesn't fit the national narrative, right? Let's go a little bit deeper. I don't charge extra for graphics if anybody needs any help. So, this looks at, I just want to make sure I have this right. So this is fourth and eighth on the NAEP overall, but I want to get to, what was this one? Did I hit the right button? No, I didn't. This looks at Hispanic charter school students. So we actually jump up even higher just on raw scores. What I didn't include, and if you want to see the full study, I can send you a link. the study also looked at performance of white students and their black counterparts and white students and their Hispanic counterparts. And they looked at the gap and they measured that gap, and Oklahoma had the smallest gap in both places. So not only are we serving students, but we're serving typically those that are underserved, the best in the country. So that's national data. And then, okay, good. Let's look at Oklahoma City. This doesn't show up great. This is one of those slides that I pulled together last minute. I've been so excited to see the State Charter School Board's use of the data matrix for the annual report. This is a graphic pulled from the Public School Resource Center. They have a similar tool for statewide, not just charter school. And so this looks at Oklahoma City. It's just looking at the elementary schools in the city. But again, echoing what we saw at the national is the blue, and you see some lower ones, and then purple. Blue are the charter schools, and purple are the district schools. So you can see, and at the top here are Dove and Santa Fe South. There are some lower performing charters as well, and those are schools that we need to focus on. But overall, you can see the charters do stand out here in the city. And then I'll give you one state view as well. This just looks at, I was shocked by this one. This looks at elementary schools in the state that serve 90% students that are on free reduced lunch, and at least 75% Hispanic students. So just the elementary schools. There's only 9 in the state. I didn't believe that. But did a bunch of research, did a bunch of looking, and I think we can stand by it. And actually, of those 9, only 2 aren't charter schools. So the 4 are Dove and Santa Fe South at the top. Oh, I think there's an Aztec in there. I can't remember the others. There was one in Putnam City and one that was not a charter school. But again, it stands out that the charter school performance on academic proficiency really stands out. So I'd just like to put that in there. You know, I don't want to look away from the bad news. We know that we have things we need to improve in Oklahoma's education. But we should also look to, I think one of the best ways to improve is to look to the bright spots and find out how we can do that. Or how can we expand what's working? So with that, let's talk about where did my slide go? I deleted my slide. Okay, well, I'll just speak extemporaneously. So the slide that I think got deleted when I threw in those other ones is, in terms of talks about what fuel OKC's approach is. So we talked about why. We talked about how we're focused on, a lot of our work is focused on charter schools, and for good reason. We have good results. And so we've taken a 2-prong approach of how we're trying to tackle this problem. I list my funders on the next slide. We enjoy the support of some very generous foundations. And so we're looking at how can we make investments in schools, either to expand what's working, to launch new schools, or to help improve existing schools. And so over this past year, my team's been working with schools across the city. We've been looking at what's working and how can we sort of get more of that. I'd like to say my job is to help folks like Santa Fe South expand but not break what's working. And nationally, Santa Fe South and Dove have really stood out. Some of the funders we have are at the national level, and they're like, is this real? It's, you know, we're not, one of the other things that stands out about Oklahoma City is, unlike most cities our size or bigger, our charter school sector is almost entirely homegrown. So we do have a KIP. You'd think of that like as a franchise model, or we call a charter management organization. In most cities, you'd see a larger percentage, generally a majority of schools that are part of these national chains or charter management organizations. We just have the one KIP. The rest of our schools are homegrown. They're from here. And so when we started working with folks nationally, they said, okay, well, tell us about these schools, because they seem to be getting really great results. And at the national level, it's still a story that's not all that well known. That's why that Harvard study was so important for people to kind of see what's going on. And so we're looking at how can we make investments directly in the schools to expand. We've made 4 investments there. We've made 1 investment just last week. Rise STEAM Academy in Northeast Oklahoma City opened. Really excited about. We stole the principal from Santa Fe South, so I make a lot of friends and folks. So, and then, and I would be remiss that Susan Baldwin sitting over here at the Public School Resource Center was actually the driving force behind launching STEAM. I just get to take credit for people's hard work. And then we have actually not made any investments to date in the improvement. Would love to. National data shows that turning around an existing school is the hardest work. It's the least successful rate. We've had some conversations with Oklahoma City Public Schools. We hope that we can make an investment there. But we want to make sure if we're going to spend, well, we're very lucky as a nonprofit to be well funded. We don't have unlimited dollars. And so we want to make sure that any investments we make are going to be effective. And then additionally, we're looking at what are additional programs, sort of rather than just direct investments in schools, what are other pieces where we can invest in? You may have heard of this. We have a talent problem in teaching. We're lacking teaching. So we've started some new talent programs to work with schools that have paraprofessionals. I'd like to rename paraprofessionals as a teacher apprentice. Think about the skilled trades where folks become a plumber, but they're not an official plumber. To start off, they get on-the-job training, and then they ultimately become full-time. If we switch that mindset and we look at our paraprofessionals that way, the entry to become a paraprofessional is very low. And so we're proud, I think we have 51 individuals enrolled now taking courses towards getting their degree. And we're working with schools across the city on that. We've created a fellowship. We believe that we need more school leaders. Probably as important, or maybe even more important than the teaching piece, is having the right school leader and having folks that really understand what does it take to get these tremendous results that we see at the schools like Dove and Santa Fe South. And so we have, I think this year, 43 individuals. We said to the schools across the city, you send us who you see as your aspiring schools. That's the bar. The only requirement we had was they've got to be more than just a classroom teacher. So some additional duties, an instructional leader, an instructional coach, an assistant principal, but folks that you can see in the future leading one of your schools. So we have 43 folks in that. I won't bore you with all the details, but lots of talent work. We also were really proud of a website we launched last year for families called Enroll OKC. So Enroll OKC has 3 goals. First, if you're going to give families options, we've got to have a place to tell them where they are. So if you're a family living in Oklahoma City, you can find out about all of the public school options at Enroll OKC. It gives you all of the school districts, gives you all of the charters, gives you all of the assessment data that we have. You should come back to assessment data. But so that's first is that's all available there. Second, and I do love my charter school friends, but I was rather frustrated with them at the Resource Center that I couldn't get them to agree to a common application date. Turns out when you're offering out grants that people are more willing to listen to you. So the charters and OKCPS all agreed to a common application date. This past year was February 21st. I'm going to work on next year. Jason, I see you here. But and so the goal there was, if you're going to give families an option, well, they should have a chance to apply and then make an informed decision on which ones they get into. And this coming school year, we're hoping that we can streamline the application system so that families don't have to go to each individual school and fill out applications. Instead, we just do it consolidated. So that's the goal there. That's that first step towards making sure that families understand what their options are. So lots more work to do. We have lots more fundraising to do, but I pinch myself every day when I get up that I get to work in such a great city and on such an important problem. So, yeah, so you talked about we've already invested the $5.5 million directly in schools, $1 million in schools. We helped Dove win a federal grant. We launched Enroll. Okay, cool. I think we've covered it all. So there's my funders there, and then if there's any questions, there's my contact information. 2 more things before I hand it off to Chris. Second, I'll introduce Chris, but first, I cited a lot of assessment data, and that's important. And I feel like it's important to bring this up for 2 reasons. First, students took tests last year. If you've read about the cut score fiasco, that the results were delayed, but families received those on August 1st. They're still not posted publicly, and for the life of me, I don't understand why. And if we're going to look at school performance and we're going to take accountability seriously, then we need to use the data that's available. I will, if y'all want to sit down and talk about the problems with the OSTP, we can find lots of people and we can shoot lots of holes, but it's what we have. And the fact that it's not posted publicly confounds me. Second, there was in the news last week a question over whether state assessments are valid or useful. I will again say that our state assessment system is imperfect, but how can we do an analysis of school performance without a common assessment? I'm sure that there's a way to do that with multiple vendors. I'm sure that work would take a lot of time. And the fact that it just came out at the start of the school year without any discussion or conversation is extremely concerning to me. So I think it's important that public school advocates stand up and say, hey, if we're giving public school money to public schools, that those schools should be held accountable, and this is the system that we have today. So I think it's absolutely critical that we take this seriously, and we stand up that we know there are schools that are getting great results. Those should be highlighted. We should learn from them. So there's my soapbox moment. But I will hand it off to Chris by saying this. If you're familiar with charter schools, you know that the funding differential between a charter and a district really results down to facility funding. Specifically, the lack of charters lack the ability to pass a bond. So here in Oklahoma City, we passed a $1 billion bond for a school district with 33,000 students. And we have 11,000 students attending schools within those boundaries that don't get access to any of those dollars. And so what that just functionally means is that charter schools have to live off a smaller pot of money and find creative solutions. My hat now that I'll be wearing when I hand it off to Chris is the official Crossroads Mall cheerleader. Again, I get to take some credit for all the great work that Chris is doing on that project.
Well, it is a pleasure to be here. I see a lot of friends in the room, a lot of folks who have been working for decades to see that Oklahoma kids have a better chance, and I'm really grateful for you. Many of you I know personally. We do go back a ways, Dr. Wilkinson. I learned how a servant leader should act from Dr. Wilkinson at Deer Creek. And although she did try to get me to come back and work under and with that leadership, I am privileged to work in South Oklahoma City. I really enjoyed my 2 years at Deer Creek because it's a part of my villain arc. It's where I got radicalized to the disparity in our state. I've been teaching at Capitol Hill High School, where 98% of our kids were free and reduced lunch. Then I drove 17 minutes up the road to Deer Creek, where less than 2% were free and reduced lunch. And I had been coaching a soccer team at Capitol Hill that was exceptional and had one white kid on the team. And then I went to Deer Creek and I coached soccer that was not exceptional. I had one Hispanic kid on the team. They were good at football, just not football. And the culture that I grew up in the Philippines, my parents are missionaries, was a warm and hospitable place. So I grew up as a minority overseas, treated very differently than our minorities have been historically treated in our nation. So as I saw the disparities between the misfortune of being born a few miles south of those that were born a few miles north, it just didn't make any sense to me. I grew up believing that America is a land of the free and home of the brave, a land of opportunities. I sincerely still believe this, but in reality, I did not see the opportunities being created for a whole swath of Oklahoma kids. And it was just too much to manage emotionally, so I was just going to quit education. But I was able to study school reform at OU and became exposed to some models around the nation that were really working really well. And it was a put up or shut up moment for me, where I got a chance to come back and start Santa Fe South Schools in 2001. That was the year I left Deer Creek, so we were close in there. But that's a long time ago, Becky. And we started with 120 high schoolers in a church basement in a waiting list, and absolutely no business being allowed to start a charter school. But it was the Wild West back then. Anybody that wanted to start a school, you can start a school, you can start a school, you can start a school. A few of us remain, and I'm really grateful for the oversight that is here now in our state that makes sure that we're far better able to establish if a school is going to make it and thrive from the beginning than we were back then. But from that humble beginnings of where families brought 120 kids to this crazy, wet behind the ears, white kid in a church basement, to now we get the opportunity to serve 5,000 kids in South Oklahoma City in grades pre-K through 12. We've had a waiting list every year. We continue to open schools, not because we want to expand, but because mamas keep coming in the door and saying, I would like my child to attend your school. And I can't tell a mama no. My staff don't even want me to talk to the mamas anymore because I just opened another school. But the beautiful thing is that I've got a tremendously talented group of pedagogically gifted educators who are now on this team. And we have been able to produce, because of the hard work of this team, the principals, and especially the teachers, some atypical academic outcomes. They shouldn't be atypical. They should be utterly normal in every school that we go to. I would tell you that the exceptional work being done by Dove and by our classrooms should be normal. It should be absolutely normalized in the state. And we can do it and it's not a kid problem, it's an adult problem. We solve for the grown-ups in the room, we can do this work really well. We opened our 6th elementary school this year. It's a combined partnership with the local church where we rent their facilities during the week. So it saves some of those facilities costs that we have, and it enables their church to receive some of the rent I would be paying somewhere else. It churns those monies back into the local community, and we've been able to launch successfully with that model. Facilities are a major problem, however. I've got schools that meet in former armories, former private schools, former grocery stores, former dance hall, former YMCA, what else, Brent? I mean, and a little mall, a couple anchor stores there. But none of our spaces were built specifically by the public to educate the public that we educate. I'm really grateful to our state for starting charter schools in 1999 with the Oklahoma Charter School Act, but nobody thought we'd be this successful apparently because they never planned for facilities for the thousands of kids who are now in charter schools. I think this is a really unfortunate oversight and something that should be solved. The Red Bud Fund is making a slight dent in it, but proportionately speaking, Brent mentioned the local Oklahoma City Public Schools bond. It funded their schools at about $25,000 per child for new facilities. Our Red Bud funds are about $500 per kid per year. Again, very grateful for something over nothing, but disproportionate service to other public school kids. Charter school kids are public school kids. And so when we tax the public for facilities, and that public is paying facilities their children can never use because they've chosen a better academic outcome, I think we need to rectify that. One of the ways that we've been solving for it is by taking creative use of spaces that are available sort of at a bargain. And when Crossroads Mall was shutting down, a couple of anchor stores eventually came open. Santa Fe South was able to avail itself to, after 22 years of scrimping and savings, finally buy one of the buildings and build it out for our high school, our flagship high school, and our middle school that are in the former Montgomery wards. Some of you may have remembered Montgomery wards from back in the day. It's the one with the fine view of Mount Trashmore, the landfill that's on the southwest corner or southeast corner of the city. And then we were able to acquire in more recent years the former John A. Brown, I think it was Macy's or whatever, the northernmost anchor store, and one of our elementary schools inhabits that as well. In addition to our work creatively in that space, Dove has purchased a couple of buildings, including the old AMC Theater and some other spaces, and we are creating a campus for world-class school choice. Now, frankly, the vision for Crossroads Mall renewal is putting 6,000 to 8,000 kids in quality seats. And I am utterly agnostic as to what kind of seat that is. Public school, public charter school, private school, homeschool, micro school. If you have a proven product that families could choose, you would be welcome in this space. The benefit of consolidating children in this space is our intention is to build out the interior concourse of the mall, which is about 380,000 square feet, with every conceivable good or service that a family would need. One of the most effective school reform models in its durability, the research is teaching us, is something called the community schools model. The community schools model, which you may be very familiar with, but it's not a very sexy model. It simply says, what if the teachers could actually teach and kids could actually be in a position to learn? Wouldn't that be amazing? And we would postulate that if teachers could run in their lane and kids could be able to learn, that really good things could happen in our classrooms. But many times our teachers are frontline counselors. They're here in vision screening specialists. They're nutritionists. They're taking care of family issues. They're diagnosing dental issues. And so much of that occurs in real time that they don't get to do the things they need to do. And by the way, we're not paid to be a full-service social institution, and yet schools are, especially with our under-resourced communities. The idea of community schools models says, well, what if we placed those solutions in proximity to the problems? Could we create a more rapid turnaround where kids could be in a great position to learn? In poverty-stricken communities, children will often miss up to now let's listen to this, 3 weeks of instruction for dental health. Can you imagine your child missing 15 days of school because of a toothache? Well, no, because we have preventative care and we have We have opportunities to go to a dentist, and we don't let that tooth abscess and this child taken down and derailed because of tooth decay. So the way you solve this in under-resourced communities, you put a dentist in the school, you put a doctor in the school, you put a social worker in the school, and they can do their dentist, doctor, social worker things, and I can do my teacher things. It makes perfect sense, especially for under-resourced communities, which can't drive all over Oklahoma City, which is spread out all over creation, and try to get these services for their children. So the idea behind a community schools model has been proven in the small scale, but what if you could do it at a massive scale? What if you could place 6,000 to 8,000 quality seats in a mall space and then put all of the goods and services that those and other families would need for their children to be more likely to prosper in our state? Healthcare, childcare, grocery stores, banking institutions, the opportunity for a YMCA to be embedded, a library, all of those things that any of us would love to be able to access in a climate-controlled environment. Basically designing a new Main Street for South Oklahoma City that's inside of a space. And what if we did it with an eye toward not the consumerism that a mall was built for, but a contribution mindset? In other words, instead of you walking in the doors of that mall, which has been designed historically to take everything from us it possibly can get, but you walked in and you received at every step something that you needed, and left not having become poorer, but actually becoming richer in your mind and your body and your spirit. It's a very large and audacious idea that we've received some support from. It's built in a nonprofit based in a faith-based initiative called the Crossroads Renewal Project that works adjacent to schools like Dove and Santa Fe South and other comers. And we're building a full service, well, an adjacent organization is building a full service healthcare institution in the old J.C. Penney on the far east side, where there will be a no barriers opportunity for children and families of all ages and means to be served. And then the interior space, again, will be filled with all of these things that families need. Now, the trick is now where we're at. We've raised $11.5 million in private funding so far. Not a penny of public dollars have been spent on this initiative, and we don't intend for any public dollars to be spent. But the private contribution has been remarkable toward getting us the mall proper itself. In fact, the institutions that purchased this said, even if this thing doesn't work, we want to make sure that it reverts back to public charter school education, and it will be deeded over to schools if this thing didn't work out in the long run. The next phase of this is bringing all of the contributors to the students' well-being that we can to the table and saying, will you join us in this work? We intend for it to be completely self-sustaining, which our pro formas say will take about a 72% occupancy of the space, paying below market rate in rents, and then we can create something that truly is a gift back to our city. Being built with excellence, ideally, not a storefront, throw crumbs to the poor kids kind of offering, but something that any family in Oklahoma would be drawn to, but specifically with the theory of change in mind that if our children in South Oklahoma City are healthy, then our communities will be healthy. We believe that Oklahoma City right now is statistically one of the worst, we know it's one of the worst places in the country to be born. Isn't that insane? What if it were the best place in our country to be born? What could we do in our society to make it the best place to be a child in Oklahoma City? Now, I believe businesses would move here when that occurs, and property values will shoot up, and churches will prosper. So the idea behind this crazy mall project is, what if we focus on the outcomes of the least of these with the best that we have? Could we see generational change, not just in South Oklahoma City, but in the district as a whole? We believe it can happen. We're going to give it a shot. And if any of you know someone who might be a part of that kind of work, have them come talk to us, whether they're educators and would like some space in that area, or a provider, a service provider, or retail that would like to be in that space, we'd be open to it. Thank you so much for the time to get to present and talk to you about the best thing in the world, which is to get to educate Oklahoma kids. It is a privilege to do so, and we are honored to be allowed to do so each year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Brent and Chris, very much. And I would say these two gentlemen have also given me a little resistance as well, which is not in a good way. You know, we're all working on the same team, but when we have some lively discussions, it's okay we don't always just agree, because we need to sharpen each other. And these two guys have been helping to sharpen me, and I'm thankful for that, and your guys' service. I do, want to push back a little bit on the whole idea of we have this teacher shortage, even though I think what you're doing is wonderful. But we have 17,000 certified teachers in this state right now who are not teaching. And so you go, my argument, and my wife is one of them, who I know is a phenomenal teacher. I think, Chris, you highlighted it. We're running good teachers out of the business because they're expected to do everything but teach. And so when we look at, we talk to some of the highest performing schools in the country, my question is, what really separates? They say, we let our teachers teach. They're not counselors. They're not medical staff. They're not dentists. But obviously, we have to play with the cards we're dealt. But I think when we look at the issues of what we face as a state, this is not a reflection of you guys by any means, but we have a good leadership and a good management shortage. That's why good teachers are leaving. And so this isn't a knock on charter schools, it's just saying this is the reality. We have to be honest with ourselves and also as a state. If we really want to move education forward, we have to understand what our real dilemmas are and let the teachers teach. So, all right, thank you guys very much. Thank you so much. All right, moving forward, item 7, presentation and possible discussion regarding the statewide charter school board working groups. Let's start with our budget.
Budget met last month. Just the only thing to apprise this board of is that the process is humming along smoothly. On October 1st, the state agency will submit our budget requests for the 2027 budget year. And the planned budget that the agency plans to submit will be equal to what we've submitted before. As you know, the legislature did not grant the renewal of funds for the Horizon program, but we're going to be seeking that again, very similar to the submission last year.
Well, I did hear from some legislators, they were surprised, that they voted to not approve that. They're like, uh-oh. So I think we might have some welcome saying, yeah, we know we're getting great results out of the Horizon program. Let's make sure we get it. Again, I'm sure you're getting some of that.
We are working on it. Dr. Daniels is working on it. Ms. Hickman is working on it. So
It's good.
we have
It's good.
strategies
Yep.
to make sure they understand.
All right, communications, Damon?
Yeah, we had an update meeting, and I'd say the three big highlights in terms of communications right now would be obviously the dashboard being launched, which I think is a big step up from a static type of report and making data available all the time, live on a consistent basis. The agency is also promoting both that functionality and OPSRC's dashboards so that the public and stakeholders are aware of all of that. And really combined, they offer, as I said, a really robust comparative ability on school performance. The second point would be something that the agency recently launched that I think is a really great idea in terms of new lunch and learn events monthly, trying to highlight different things like the kind of thing we just saw, but making them available more on a consistent basis in a virtual setting or otherwise. And of course, the dashboard, the launch of the data dashboard is a part of that, but this also offers, training credit for charter board members and leaders. So it's a great way for them to continue their professional development. That began, I believe, in July with the first hit. And I think it was to highlight the new data dashboard. I think the other big piece would be just a kind of a discussion about what opportunities there would be from a topical basis to cross-pollinate policymaking improvements, whether it's regulatory or otherwise, at the state level, to make the charter sector stronger and higher performing, and then to what extent, Kitty and I can help out from a communication standpoint with any of those discussions. So we're looking at different opportunities for that. I think the last thing, if I recall, is the agency's really trying to do a big effort to draw awareness around Horizon's impact. And so really trying to communicate that out. Those are the big ones.
Perfect. Governance, David?
Before we go on to governance, I might say that the Fourth Thursday in August, we'll have our next Lunch and Learn that Mr. Gardenhire was just talking about, and it will be on new legislation. And the executive director of the Charter School Association and their lobbyist is going to be presenting that information.
Perfect. All right, David?
Yeah, I don't really have any updates personally. I'm going to defer to Becky. We are meeting on the 20th, is that correct? The governance committee?
Yes.
I've
Yeah,
been
we did.
out all of July, pretty much flying all over the country.
Well,
Nice
welcome.
places.
Welcome back.
West Palm Beach, Florida, San Diego, Crested Butte.
You're breaking our heart.
I
feel
know,
so bad
it's
for you.
very rough. So anyhow, I'm hoping that this meeting on the 20th is productive and we can do some of the things that we've really set out to do. So I'm feeling positive.
Dynamite. Dynamite.
One thing that we originally talked about when we put these working groups in place is that it would be made up of a couple of board members, but that we'd also bring in others in the community who could help provide input and direction. And so this is a charter school community group working together with the Charter School Association, with Mr. Bushy, with school leaders such as Mr. Brewster, and us, thinking about what are the legislative needs of charter schools and how can we collaboratively make some things happen for us.
I think that's going to be extremely helpful. Just more on the team, more people pushing in the direction we want to go. So very, very excited about that coming up on the 20th.
Yeah, and I've gotten some feedback too from some legislators who we've been continuing to make them aware. And I think we've just kind of tilled the soil this last year that seemed
Yeah.
to be open. So we're excited about
Yeah.
what's going to be happening. So look
Yep.
forward to that.
Yeah, me too.
So the next one is the Horizons. I know we need to have another, it's going to segue, but I don't think we have a chair in that group right now, but is there any info?
We do not,
Okay,
but let me talk with Dr. Daniels and we'll,
okay, perfect.
Bring you
Which
up-
leads me
updates.
to the next segue, is I didn't forget, but I thought this was a good, to introduce our new board member, Brittany. Maybe you can tell us about yourself and a little bit, and then we're going to maybe recruit you to lead the Horizons.
I haven't even had a chance to tell her what it is yet.
When you said that didn't have a chair, I just somehow felt that. So Brittany Tomcho, I live out in Jones with my husband and my daughter. My husband's name is Jason. My daughter's name is Lily. She is going into third grade here in just a few weeks. I work as the Vice President for Digital Consumer Revenue for Waco Media, and my husband is the Civil Engineering Commander at the 137th Special Operations Wing here in Oklahoma City. And we have been here about 5 years. We moved here in January of 2025 for my husband's job. He will retire here in Oklahoma City from the Air Force.
Well, wonderful. Thank you and welcome to our board. We expect a lot of hard work from you. Just being a part of this board, I would say, is a lot of hard work, but I think we're starting to see, sprouts of growth and encouragement. So obviously you live in the digital realm already and, well, with the technology, Horizons, you'll learn more about it. We are getting some phenomenal results. It's our digital enhanced campus that is available to not just charter schools, but every public school in the state. We want to continue to expand that, but it's really amazing. We have some of the best instructional teachers available, I would say, not just in the state, but region or even in the country. I always brag on our calculus, our AP calculus, when we have a 100% pass rate, an average score of 5, which is the top score, we're doing something right there. And if we can continue to duplicate that and put that in front of more students, I think we'll get better results as well. But welcome, Brittany. Thank you for being here. All right, moving forward, administration, we're going to start with a presentation and possible discussion regarding the school year 23-24 performance frameworks for the following charter schools and virtual charter schools. Epic, Insight, and Oklahoma Youth Academy.
Just a couple of things as our staff comes forward to present these last 3 performance frameworks. I will tell you that remind you that these were for the 23-24 school year. And as we complete these, we are already beginning to work on the next set. We have to wait until we have all the data before we can complete the year. And usually those last 2 pieces of data are the audits have come in and been finalized and the graduation rate has come in. Those are usually the 2 lagging pieces of data. So We're already at work on the next set. The 3 schools today, I was visiting earlier with Mr. Gardenhire, and we all agreed that these are, 3 very different schools that you're going to hear about today. And we may discuss the differences in our schools as we get to the next agenda item. So with that, I'll let our school performance team take over.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Lesnia.
Yes, good afternoon. Just a quick reminder before we begin with the first school that we are charged to do this by statute. The sponsor shall annually evaluate its charter schools or virtual charter schools according to the performance framework, and the results shall be presented to both the governing board of the charter school or virtual charter school and the governing board of the sponsor in an open meeting. So we're doing that second part here today, and then we'll do the first part of that at the school's upcoming board meetings over the coming weeks. So yeah, today we're going to present the final 3 performance framework evaluations for the school year 2023-2024, and afterwards we'll begin arranging to present the results at each school's upcoming governing board meetings. And so our first school in your packet is Epic Charter Schools, and you can see from the very first page their performance framework index score is a 70.64 for 2023-2024. So if this had been a renewal year, the score would have required the school to submit a reauthorization application. Epic Charter School is by far the largest school that we authorize and sponsor, consistently enrolling between 25,000 and 30,000 students each year. The school serves students in grades pre-K through 12 statewide and employs over 2,000 people, teachers, and administrative staff. So with that bit of an intro and their overall score, I will turn it over to Dr. Smith about the academic performance.
Good afternoon. In the academic section of the performance framework, Epic Charter School scored 44.69%, earning 7.15 of the 16 possible points. While the school did not meet the state proficiency levels in English language arts or in mathematics, all grades did surpass the previous year's proficiency levels by at least 5% in mathematics, and grades 3 through 8 increased their proficiency level by at least 5% in English language arts. For the special education and the economically disadvantaged subgroups, all grade levels increased their proficiency rate by at least 5% in ELA. And in mathematics, only the 4th grade in the special education subgroup and only the 11th grade in the economically disadvantaged subgroup did not surpass the previous year's results by at least 5%. While EPIC did not meet the state graduation rate of 81% for all seniors, of the 3,177 seniors enrolled on the first day of school who were within 6 credits of graduation, 94.27% went on to graduate that year. Are there any questions concerning the academic section of the EPIC performance framework?
Is there any reason that we're seeing, kids that are coming in disadvantaged not doing better, they're getting worse?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
If I understand reading through this, the kids coming in with disadvantages, they continue to get further behind, at least if they're not, right? I don't know if there's any good reason to that. And it's great that we get a 94% graduation rate. If they start the senior year, that's, I think pretty good, but.
Right. No, that part is definitely good when we can get 94% of the kids across the stage when they were within 6 credits when they came in, so they were on track to graduate that year, but we did get 94% across that year for EPIC. Are they improving as the subgroups when they're coming in and they're working? One of the things that EPIC has been working with is literacy and in their subgroups. And so they've been focusing there, and I think that's one of the reasons that we're seeing that 5% increase. Next month, I will start scheduling to go out and do curriculum audits and to go in and do data dives for the academic portion of the framework, and to see, this was from 23-24. What did you do last year? The final data, final scores are not available yet, but the prelim scores are out. And so the schools are able to see where they stand right now and get an idea. So waiting on that just a little bit to see where we fall, to see what they did last year as well. So we are looking at the data we have, which was from 23-24. So improvements have been made in some cases, and I hope to see that it's been made in this case as well. More so with the subgroups that they were working on and with all of their other students.
Do you have any insight into the reasons why more than 5% of the seniors within striking distance were not graduating? And then I have additional questions. I can see historically it's much better than the year prior, but I'm thinking of what is the typical scenario, why this is happening? Where do those students go? Do they go into the wilderness, or are they trying to re-enroll for a 5th year in order to wrap that up? Like, oh, I just forgot to take some tests and paperwork.
Right.
What is the typical picture of the majority of those students who are not graduating?
So in general, without going out and doing the data dive that we'll start looking at next month, in general, what a lot of students do is if they don't have the credits, they may be 1 credit short, 2 credits short, and they're unable to meet that goal of graduation, what we tend to see is they come back and they're part of cohort 5, and then they're part of cohort 6. If they don't, the ones that were within 6 credits probably roll into cohort 5. And so with that, they'll graduate the next year or even partway through. Looking at that 5% specifically, we'll need to look at the data for that particular school, but they were awfully close to having their full 100%, which is what we always strive for. Let's have every student walk across the stage.
I don't know that I could speak for that specific year, but I will say that historically, we've seen EPIC other schools that if they haven't been enrolled at EPIC for the long term, a lot of times at the end, they'll have a few students that will want to leave their school maybe that last semester and go back and graduate with their community school. They have friends there, they want to be a part of that. So if they haven't been enrolled in that virtual charter school for a long period of time, we'll see a small number, not a large number, but a small number that will want to go back and graduate with the community kids. Right or wrong, we've seen that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, so EPIC's financial performance framework, they scored an 84% on their financial performance framework score because they received 36 out of a total possible points of 43. For that year, the 2023-2024 year, the school's audit was unmodified with no findings for the regulatory basis of accounting, or OKS. However, all the school's point deductions were for material weaknesses identified during the audit of internal controls over financial reporting. So the auditor identified certain deficiencies in internal controls that was considered to be a material weakness. The results of the auditor's test disclosed instances of non-compliance or other matters that are required to be reported. Specifically, federal revenues were improperly reported as local sources rather than federal sources, requiring a material correcting entry on the books to a tune of $4.2 million. So the school did receive full points for the financial accountability metrics and their governing board involvement, but their material weaknesses on their audit caused them to have a reduced score. Does this board have any questions about EPIC's financial performance framework?
I think we do.
Yes,
That's why we're having an audit.
right.
So I'm just going out on a limb.
No, yeah.
I think that sums it up.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, well, if there's nothing more about their financial right this moment, then I'll move on to organizational. So the school scored 94% on the organizational performance framework, receiving 30 out of the available 32 points. The only point reduction was for not meeting the student attendance rate of the state. EPIC's 2023-2024 student attendance rate was 70.87%, falling short of the state rate of 78.1%. The division plans to work with the school to ensure their vision and mission align with the school's decisions and are consistently reflected in their documentation. And further, the division plans to work with the school to ensure that the school and the board are appropriately engaging in regular and productive strategic planning. But other than that, this concludes the presentation of EPIC Charter Schools Performance Framework.
Any questions from board members?
I just wanted to make a comment then. On our rubric financially, EPIC scores an 83.7, clearly in that B range, despite some of the financial management concerns we've seen in real life terms.
Thank you. Okay, so the second school we'll be talking about today is Insight School of Oklahoma. Insight School of Oklahoma is a statewide virtual alternative education charter school that is contracted with Stride, or K-12, a for-profit educational management organization. The overall score for the school for 2023-2024 is 81.6, which would afford the school the ability to submit a letter requesting reauthorization rather than being required to submit an application if this were a year that guided renewal. So Dr. Smith will share some information about the academic performance framework for 2023-24.
As you may have noticed on this framework, there are some differences between the alternative school frameworks and the charter school frameworks that we've been looking at over the last couple of months. So with that, one of the differences is that the alternative school framework compares alternative schools to one another instead of to all of the public schools in the state of Oklahoma. And while school districts across the state have alternative programs, most of them don't have a true alternative school with its own site code so that we can disaggregate the data looking at alternative programs. So instead, we are looking at 5 schools, 2 of which are ones authorized by this board: Insight School of Oklahoma and the Oklahoma Youth Academy. Another difference is the addition of 8 indicators at the end of the framework that are specific to alternative schools and include things such as wraparound services. These indicators were put in place several years ago, and they are based on national standards for alternative schools. So those are differences that you may have noticed when you were looking at the frameworks, even comparing Insight or OYA to EPIC. So starting off with Insight today, Insight School of Oklahoma, which is one of our designated alternative schools, serves grades 6 through 12, and they have an overall performance score of 62.55%, earning 12.41 of 20 possible points. Insight surpassed the alternative school baseline score for English language arts in 7th and in 8th grade. While no grade levels met the alternative baseline for math, 6th and 11th grades did increase their proficiency level from the previous year by at least 5%. While the school did not meet the state's graduation rate of 81%, with a score of 48.1%, they did surpass the other alternative schools' graduation rates in the state, which is 40.3%. Of the 121 seniors who started the school year who were within 6 credits of graduation, 83.47% were able to graduate, which did surpass the state graduation rate, which again was 81%. So they did meet that graduation rate with the ones who were within 6 credits of graduation. So are there any questions for the Insight Academic Performance Framework? No? Okay, thank you.
Insight School of Oklahoma's financial performance framework score was 92.5% because they received 37 out of the total possible points of 40. School received point reductions for quarters throughout the year where they did not maintain a fund balance of greater than 10% of prior year's expenditures, and in quarters that days cash on hand ratio fell below 30. That means that all of their other financial stability, accountability, and governance criteria were met. Criteria such as having a clean audit, maintaining compliance, and reviewing finances at school governing board meetings. Moving on to the organizational performance framework, the school received a score of 96.97, or basically 97%, receiving 32 out of the 33 total possible points. So just 1 point that they didn't get, and I'll tell you about what that was. The school was granted accreditation with warning for the year under review due to multiple reasons, not the least of which was their Alt-Ed performance review that is completed each year by the State Department of Education. This is an ongoing issue, and the division keeps track of it using our tiered oversight model, which is in our rules. All of the other accreditation concerns were alleviated, so for the ongoing concern, the accreditation criteria was reduced by 1 point. It's worth a total of 5, so they received 4 out of 5 points because they do have an ongoing concern, but they are obviously working with the State Department of Education regarding those concerns. The school governing board is comprised of independent members that complete their training and are receptive to taking on new roles as needed. The board meets monthly, and compliance with the Open Meeting Act was observed in records and in meetings attended. So that concludes the presentation for Insight School of Oklahoma.
Any questions from board members? No? All right.
Our third and final, or should I say 10th and final, school that we'll be talking about today is Oklahoma Youth Academy Charter School, or OYACS. This is the statutorily created charter school that operates as part of the Office of Juvenile Affairs. The school, which is a juvenile detention center, or jail, is located in Tecumseh. The school did not receive an overall score for the 2023-2024 school year because, due to a number of limitations, there was not sufficient academic data available to comprehensively evaluate the academic performance. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Smith for some more specifics about the school's academic performance.
Oklahoma Youth Academy is also a designated alternative school. However, they are very unique. One of their goals is to transition students from their school before they have been there for an entire year, as this is said to decrease recidivism. And so because of this, what we see is that we do not have enough students who are there for a full academic year to be able to count in our academic framework. The number of students that we require is 10, and they had 7 this year, and I believe they had 7 for the previous year as well. So their goal is to not keep students for a year. They are meeting that goal where they're not keeping students for that longer length of time, but because of that, we don't have academic scores on those students because they're not there for the amount of time that we need them to be. So although we do not have that number in any of our categories, and we do not have a graduation rate for them for this same reason, they did earn 8 of the 9 possible points on the indicators that are alternative school specific. So they did have points there, but as a division, we did not feel that there was an accurate picture of what they're doing academically based on the framework that we have in place currently. This is the first year that we have evaluated them on the annual performance framework. And so what we have learned from that is we need to look at redesigning a framework that is specific for them so that we're able to meet the goals that they have, and we're able to see how they're progressing. We're also going to need to do this for P3, the Montessori school that we approved earlier this year that will open in 2026. because they're also not going to have that academic piece. They may have the numbers when they open, but they won't have the test scores. And so we're looking at redesigning, and we will start working on that soon so that we can have a solid academic look at the at OYA. Yes, sir.
Just for our new board members, if you could maybe highlight what the difference between the school is and why they shouldn't or have a different model. I think it'd be
Okay.
helpful for the board members who maybe don't have as much information about this school.
Of course.
Just, like, why is this not hitting the mark? Like, why should they get a special scale?
Okay.
And that way you can kind of paint a bigger picture.
Of course. So Oklahoma Youth Academy is located in Tecumseh. As Skylar mentioned, it is a school for students who are sentenced for one reason or another to be there. It falls under the OJA, the Oklahoma Juvenile Affairs Agency. And so students are there, they're sentenced to be there. And so they are placed there, and really the goal of the school is to fill in any gaps that they have educationally, to put the students on the right track, to move toward graduation, to be productive citizens once they are outside of that facility. And so when I was visiting with Melissa White about the school, Melissa leads the school there, and when I was visiting with her, one of the things she said is, we don't want to keep them for a year. We truly want them to move on because we know based on research that we have that that's best for them. And so with that, when we have a full academic year requirement of 10, the State Department of Ed has a full academic year requirement of 24. So when we have the numbers like that, they're not going to meet those numbers. So that's why we're looking at, we need to have a different framework for them specifically. And really for any of the schools, I mentioned P3, they don't fit that traditional model. And that's what we're looking at is, how can we evaluate the academics of a school that we've put into place or has been put into place that we're authorizing, because we want all kids to grow and we want all of them to be successful in what they choose to do later, but we have to have a measurement for that.
Yeah.
And right now we don't.
I think a good way to maybe illustrate that is kind of think of these kids, they didn't sign up, their parents didn't sign up for this school.
They did not.
They are there because they got in trouble.
One
They're
reason or
right.
another, yes, sir.
Let's just call it what it is, right? So kind of think of a patient getting sent to the ICU. You don't want to keep the patient at the ICU so we can measure their progress. You want them out of the ICU because they're doing better and they're going back to their home school. So
Correct.
I think, I may be oversimplifying it, but it gives us the picture that we don't want these kids to stay at this school.
Right.
It's not because we don't want them, we want them to do better, and we want them to be living healthier, better lives.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. That's exactly what we're looking at. So we do need to look at our framework for them.
And as Mr. Lustia steps up in just a second to talk about their financial and their organizational portions of the framework, it also doesn't fit for Oklahoma Youth Academy because the State Department of Juvenile Affairs is their governing board. Their finances go through that particular entity, even though they do get state aid. So it's very different in all three sections.
Any other questions on the academic performance section?
What are the approximate ages of the kids who are enrolled in the school?
Melissa?
We can start all the way from 13 to 18.5, 19 at their usual fit there, but the majority of our kids, I would say, are anywhere between 16 and 19.
Thank you.
So 13 to 18 and a half, but most of them
Well, 19.
to 19. Okay.
And most are 16 to 19. Anything else? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so for OYAC's financial performance framework score, they scored a 70.59, receiving 24 out of the 34 available points. The reason for the point reductions were due to a qualified opinion and corresponding exception paragraph due to the not recording encumbrances as expenditures in the amount of $171,000 on their annual financial statement audit. The school leader noted that there were some challenges in accounting for the school budget through OKAS, while operating the rest of OJA's agency budget under the requirements for state agencies in Oklahoma. Despite the audit exceptions, the amounts were misclassified, not misplaced. So the audit also identified 2 instances of material weaknesses of internal control over financial reporting, and the audit was not timely submitted. So it's for these reasons that they received only 24 of the 34 total possible points. Moving on to the organizational performance framework.
Did they make those corrective actions of not, obviously timeliness and then putting things in the right bucket?
Well, as Dr. Wilkinson said earlier, the audit is sometimes the last thing that we're waiting for before we can complete a performance framework. So their audit was not actually even submitted to the State Department of Education until just a couple months ago in June. And I did talk with the school leader, and I believe that she's working on a corrective action plan to submit to the State Department of Education. Organizationally, they scored 100%, earning 33 out of 33 total possible points. Since I talk about student attendance for most all of our other schools, we might as well with this one. The school has a 100% attendance rate. So,
Outstanding.
They're trapped.
as a statutorily created state board, the Office of Juvenile Affairs maintains stability in membership, meeting at least 10 times during the school year. And of course, they're compliant with the Open Meetings Act as observed during their board meetings that are always publicly presented. And that concludes the presentation of OYAC's performance framework, unless there are any questions.
You know, before we move on, because we've talked about our 2 alternative education schools and trying to meet the needs of at-risk kids, getting them to graduation, even Mr. Brewster and talked about the need to get students in his community to graduation. I had the opportunity to listen to Dr. Polk. She's the new superintendent at Oklahoma City Public Schools last Friday. And one of the things that she said when she was talking about how important it is to have programs that get kids to graduation, that get them a skill set, is she said that it's not theory, it's about a paycheck and a future. And so I think it's really important to remember this for all of our schools, but particularly these 2 alt-ed schools.
All right, thank you, guys. Is there any other presentations? Skylar, anything else?
No, that concludes agenda item 8A.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. Moving on to 8B, action, presentation, discussion, and possible action to initiate the administrative rules making in accordance with 75 O.S. Squiggly line. Regarding proposed amendments and reorganization of Title 77, Chapters 1 and 10 of the Oklahoma Administrative Code as follows. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Wilkinson.
Yes, so just a few things before we start actually looking at the proposed changes. For those of you that are new, Title 777 are the administrative rules for this board. We have 3 chapters. Chapter 1 is just general administration, the legal pieces, should we ever enter into any kind of a legal process, those kinds of operational pieces. Chapter 10 is our second chapter, and it is are the rules that govern how we authorize schools, evaluate schools. It's all about charter schools. Then our third chapter is Chapter 15. We've left room for other chapters should we grow along the way. Chapter 15 are the rules that govern Horizon. So today we have some proposed changes for Chapter 1 and Chapter 10. Horizon is staying steady. They made some really good changes in the last round of administrative rules process, so they don't have any changes. I will tell you that one of the things that I was going to do today is I was going to ask our council to kind of step through the process. I will tell you that there are new rules about rules, and there's new statute about administrative rules. But he is ill and not able to be with us today. But I can generally tell you that what we are doing today is that we simply want to present proposed changes to this board. And we're just simply asking you that if you agree, or whatever revisions that you may make to these proposed changes, that you vote to enter into the rulemaking process. So you're not approving any rules today. We enter the rulemaking process. These rules are made public. We will accept written comment on these proposed changes. We'll hold a hearing for people to come and share with us their opinions, good or bad, about the rules. Then they'll come back to this board, and you'll say, based on all of the comments that we've had, that yes, we do want to submit these proposed changes, or no, we don't want to submit these proposed changes. They'll go to, if all of that happens, then they'll go to the legislature in the next session, and either the legislature will say yes or no to our recommendations, or if they take no action, then they'll go into the governor, and the governor can say yes or no. So who really approves rules is when we get to next session and it's over at the Capitol. But we have to go through the process to recommend those changes. So
when do we have to have those rules to the legislature before the session starts?
yes, we need to have them later this fall. They
Yeah,
need
there's a
to be
deadline.
published
Right.
in the fall.
I was going to ask a similar question.
Right.
More specifically, if this board does not enter the rulemaking process this month, is there a window of time in the next board meeting to open up the rulemaking process?
There is, but then we begin to get crunched.
And what's the
It
deadline?
used to be that there were multiple times during session that you could submit rules. Now there is one, and it's February 1st.
So we would have to have the published rules as modified by this board
Yes.
sent to them, engrossed essentially by February 1st.
Right.
Okay.
And you might remember that Mr. Snyder even said last meeting, when I said something about maybe we could bring the rules in September, and he even said August would be better.
Yeah. So all we're doing is saying, hey, we're just going to open up the books. We
Right.
might, if you say, hey, I don't want to change anything, you can say, hey, we're not going to change anything. But this simply allows us to start the process of discussing what potentially could be changed. I hope that adds clarity.
I understood that,
Yes.
yes.
Okay.
My question was clarifying for the whole board as far as the timeline.
Okay, perfect. And then just as a highlight, some of the things that we're looking at is improving the application process, kind of moving it toward like a multi-tiered, so the board is not exacerbated in some of the applications that we're receiving. There's like kind of a two, and I think Becky puts it well in, or Dr. Wilkinson, excuse me.
Yeah.
Off-ramping people who are schools that maybe need a little more time or assistance to get where they need to go. But as we look at our framework of evaluating schools, one of the key things that I think the board seemed to be very unanimous in is increasing the academic standards or weights. That's going to be part of that as well, rather than lower, keeping them where they're at. So those are some of the highlights of what we want to be able to discuss and hopefully have a more robust process and better outcomes. So,
Well, let's just start with chapter 1.
okay, perfect.
I can do that on one Post-it note. Can't do chapter 10 on one Post-it note, believe me. But in chapter 1, there are really 3 corrections. One, we needed some language that clarified under 7771-1-4 that we are the sole authorizer of virtual charter schools, adding the word virtual, and then that we may also regulate charter schools. Most of the Charter School Act language always references as charter schools and virtual charter schools. We are eliminating the words by fax as a means for communicating. I couldn't tell you if we do or don't have a fax number. I wouldn't know what it is. So we are eliminating by fax. There's still
Forgot how to use a
multiple
fax.
ways to get in touch with us. And then there were just a few places then that we need to eliminate the word virtual in this board's name. We're the statewide charter school board, and we still have virtual in place. there are the changes to Chapter 1. Chapter 10 gets a little more detailed, and Mr. Lusney is going to go through this, but before we go through this, just a little bit of background. You can remember at our last board meeting, we kind of talked about this philosophy behind really stepping up the application process in a way that we might be able to do that as we continue to grow, develop, as charter schools are entering, their 25th year, such as Oklahoma. Organizations, we're all kind of re-examining 25 or so years in, states, nationally, are we still doing the right things? What do we need to do, as you said it, to be part of the push to do better? This is perfect timing for us. One of the big pieces in Chapter 10 is the application process. And so as Skylar really goes through the steps in that particular section, he's going to be talking about us migrating to a two-phase application process. So I'm going to say it, and then he's going to say it again, but it's that important that we really look at what do we need to know in the initial application that includes who is this applicant? Do they have experience? Do they have a track record of success? Do they have the expertise to really open a quality school? What is that school model? What makes it special? What makes it needed by that community? Is it a STEM school, an AP school, classical education, driven by the arts? What is that school model that makes us know that we've got an applicant who really can open something that this community needs? Then do they have an implementation plan that's attainable? Will it get the job done? Can they do it? Then, if we feel like we do have that application, then they enter kind of phase 2 of that process. And we have left in every one of the 35 statutory requirements for an application. We're not taking anything away. We're only heightening what we're doing. And then in that phase 2, or that ready to open year, are they getting all the pieces in place that their school's ready to open academically and operationally? So really keep that in mind as Skylar goes through the process. And the second thing that I want you to really think about are the pieces in the statute, in these rules that we've added, that allow staff to look at applications when they come through. Are they complete? Do they have merit? Or is everything there that should be there? Do they follow the law? Are there evidence of plagiarism? Mr. Pearson and Mr. Shellum can testify that we have had applications that came to us cut and pasted from somewhere else and referenced other states' laws. So that's not the kind of application that we want to waste time at this board meeting reviewing. So think about how it would look if staff did that first review on your behalf based on a rubric that you would approve. We won't all be on the same page with this process. And then when we get to the end of this chapter, really listen carefully to discussion related to how do we score or not score these performance frameworks. All right, so those are the three big things. He's going to say it again, plus some other things that we need to know.
I was going to say, I think that's pretty much all the notes I had, so if you're ready to go ahead and make
No,
a
we're going to
motion.
say, tell them what they're going to hear, let them hear it. We'll
Yeah.
say it again, perhaps. That's
like-
an old teacher thing.
Is that like when you say 6 months from now, the price of gas is going to be $1 more, so it's a lot easier to handle? It's like, oh, they told us that was coming. So you can see on page 1 of chapter 10, there's just a couple of different things. We're changing the title to be more appropriate, and we've added one definition at our general counsel's recommendation. And then just even the next page, when you get to page 3, we did add an item to governing boards clarifying when we expect approved applicants to comply with the Open Meeting Act. This has been a question that not only we have had, but our newly approved applicants have also had. So this just clarifies that once they're approved, then they'll abide by the Open Meeting Act. And
For
then,
example, at the end of phase 1,
That's
Because
right.
we've had boards who said, well, until we really open the school, we don't really want to follow the Open Meeting Act. No, as soon as you're approved and working on that school, you need to be in public meetings.
And then on page 4, we did add one item to educational management organizations, just that contracts or agreements shall be coterminous with the term of the charter contract. That just seems like that's just a best practice, makes sense for both terms to align to one another. And then when we get into 5, here's where we start to see some of the more substantive changes. So on pages 5 through 13, you're going to see additions, some reordering, and some changes that align with NACSA, the National Association of Charter School Authorizers, paper to people, ready to open guidance. I can think back to Jim Gunner, I believe it may have even been in this room, talking about, what's their covenant, right? And we're hoping that the way that we've structured this now will allow us to focus on the people and the quality of the schools that they're presenting, rather than are they able to show us that they could plan and develop. So the planning and developing is going to happen in that phase 2 that Dr. Wilkinson was talking about. As for this page 5, this kind of kicks off one of the 3 main parts of this section, which is that little A. It's basically the pre-application info. So if you were an applicant, you would look to these rules to figure out all of the things that you needed to keep in mind before you submitted your application. And if we go to just the next page, page 6, I want to draw your attention to number 8, because it is brand new, and you've already heard it once, so now you'll get to hear it again. So number 8 says, regardless of the date submitted, the board will not consider an application received by a proposed school if agency staff finds that the application is inconsistent with standards adopted by the board, including but not limited to the following. And then you've got the A, B, and C that Dr. Wilkinson mentioned. Lack of merit, it violates law, or it's plagiarized. And so agency staff would be granted the ability to perform that initial review within 30 days of submission. And then if it is found to not meet those board-adopted standards, then it wouldn't be considered received. And received is a key word here, because that's statutorily, that's what starts the clock that requires the board to then make a decision within 90 days of receipt.
Is it right to interject?
Yeah.
And I think the intent of this, so that you guys know, the staff worked really hard, but with the conversations we've had, is we want to respect each of your time as a board member. Why should you be forced to read garbage when it's not meeting the minimum standards? And this is kind of a clerical thing to say, hey, you're violating the law here. Why is it important that a board member review something that is not going to get approved, no matter what, so that they have the best chance of, obviously, success in their application, but more importantly, success in educating kids.
And we drafted, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Bill.
This particular clause, would that have prevented the St. Isidore issue, because it specifically says it does not violate law? Under the St. Isidore situation, we had Title 70, which specifically said that a church school could not receive state funding. And we had a state constitution that said that.
Potentially, it could have. It potentially could have.
So that would have eliminated,
Potentially, yeah.
eliminated that whole fiasco
Yeah.
that we went through and that time that was spent.
Yeah, potentially it could have, but it also could eliminate applications that we saw that had nothing to do with Oklahoma. You're like, why are we even reading this? Or their intent was not even to educate kids.
They were incomplete.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think what we don't want to do is, we want to make sure everyone gets a fair shake, that we're not going to be basically biased towards an application. We just want to make sure we're getting good applications that are meeting.
Community needs.
But the issue with St. Isidore was there are 2 spheres of schools, a traditional public school and a non-traditional public school. And the question was actually, if a nonprofit entity has a particular faith identification, are we allowed to discriminate against that entity? So that was the actual question in front of this board.
Yeah. And I think that's where we want to make sure that we're not violating laws either way. Meaning, let the board make the decisions, but we want to make sure that, you know, and some of what we learned going to Arizona last year when we talked to, and I remember at ASU is their process of, you know, the applications, like, or their agency, you know, if you can't spell your name right, should you be teaching kids? You know, this is what they were saying, is that some of the applications they're getting, you're like, there's a problem here, and they're pointing that out, giving them that best opportunity. And again, for us, working with the association and the resource center, let's make sure that the applications are coming that are not a waste of this board's time.
Yeah, and, you know, we wrote this language in concert with our general counsel's office, so they believe that it aligns with statute as it is currently written. And as I mentioned, there will be board-adopted application standards that would come to you for approval, and we would have to stick to that document of the things that say on it, which basically just say these A, B, and C, and then some ideas of things that our staff would specifically look at that fall into those categories, and you would have the ability to say, ooh, I like this one, or we should add some more here, and then employ the staff to take those actions within 30 days of submission of an application.
But to your point, oh, yeah,
I'm sorry,
go ahead.
as staff, we want you to approve the rubric that says this is what the board believes would be an application of merit. We didn't want to include that in rules because we may use that rubric once or twice and say we can make it better. And we can certainly come back to you to revise your own rubric much easier than we can come back to administrative rules.
I don't have any more comments about that myself, but if we go on to that next page, page 7, so remember I said there was kind of 3 main parts. This B, little b, is the second main part, which is the first phase of the two-phase application process. So this, if you're an applicant and you're looking at B here, you're looking at all of the things that are going to be required in the application. And the division worked hard to make sure that this application requirements section aligns not only to the NACSA's Ready to Open paper to people guidance, but also that if we did move around a statutorily required item, we didn't remove it. We might have taken it from this B section and moved it to the C section, which is now the Ready to Open requirements. But we made sure that all those 35 statutory requirements are still present in our rules. And so if you go on to page 9, so there's about 2.5 pages of application requirements. And then page 9 is the third main part of this section, which is that little C. And this is where we start the ready to open requirements. And so I just want to read that last sentence of C. The ready to open requirements must be fulfilled to attain final approval for school opening. So if an applicant gets all the way through the application process and their application is approved, this would allow agency staff to work with the applicant, the approved applicant, on all of the requirements that are over the following 4 pages, and they would have to meet all of those requirements before they would be approved to open for the school year that they are proposing to open in. Otherwise, based on how these rules are written, we could say, well, you didn't meet all those requirements. So maybe the answer is not never, but it's not now, you know, so that if they need more time to complete those requirements, they could be given that time. And so that's really it for the application changes and the 2 phases. And then if we go to page 20, that's or really page 19 is where the performance framework section starts. And I didn't know, Dr. Wilkinson, did you want to say anything about what we were thinking about potentially adding here to the academic performance framework?
Yes. For board members that are new, though, I would recommend that you read at some point, page 18 and 19, that's section 10.3.4. That's our oversight process, and it outlines when we discover a concern, what's our next step, where do we review the process, when does a concern need to be reported to both this board and to the school's governing board, when do we talk about it in open meeting, those kinds of things. So that's an important section. It's working, so we're not changing it. But when we get to the performance framework, we actually presented these rules to your two officers, to Chairman Shellum and Vice Chair Gardenhire last week. And as we went through there and we looked at it, and even this morning, as we were looking at both the alt-ed schools, our very largest charter school, it's evident that we need a set standard performance framework, but there are differences in our schools, so we need a way to reflect that difference in the framework itself and to measure those differences. So it's been suggested that somewhere in this, we add, in these rules, that we add the ability of this board to add 3 mission-specific performance measures. And so we've gone back and forth as where is the right place to put that language. And I would recommend that we put it right here under small c before we get to number 1. And I have that recommended language,
What page?
right?
Page 19, under that small c.
Oh, do you have that language?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Oh, here it is. Mr. Gardenhire was kind enough to wordsmith a section for us, so if we chose at the end of section C, small c at the bottom of page 19 under performance framework, think about adding this section. In addition to required state accountability indicators, the board may approve up to 3 mission-specific performance measures for a charter school. These must be evidence-based, valid, reliable, and aligned with the school's mission. So they couldn't just pluck 3 things out of the air that they'd like to be measured on. There has to be substance, and there has to be a good reason for those measures. Going on, mission-specific measures may account for up to 10% of the academic weighting in the Performance Framework Index. Schools must propose such measures during the initial application process or renewal process, and performance against the measures will be reviewed annually.
I like that.
You want me to add just an observation? I was thinking about all of the innovative models that we're seeing. You know, we're seeing Montessori-based models, we're seeing classical models, we're seeing increasingly career-based models.
Right.
We just heard about 2 different models today that have a unique niche and are serving a particular set of students. So I thought we need something that provides this board with some flexibility to account for those differences, so we're not just homogenizing with sort of an overly brute performance framework that doesn't account for those differences.
I think what's great about this, when we look at the process, you know, going back to what Jim Gunner said, you know, the initial application, focusing on the promise versus the contract. And then when we come to the contract portion, they're saying, this is how we really think we should be measuring kids. And they're telling us based on their specific model. I like how you guys have worked on that way.
Yeah.
So
I think the Montessori is a perfect example, because if you look at our current academic framework, Montessori school isn't going to have any of that OSTP data. They're not going to have a graduation rate. There's not going to be much. There needs to be specific mission-driven performance goals for that particular school, working with young children, very young
There's a
children.
very unique school in Tulsa that's sponsored by the district up there. And it's not a Montessori, I can't even remember the name of the model it uses, but it's a really unique model that was kind of, I think, contemporaneous with Montessori, you know, out of Europe. So we need to account for those differences.
Okay, well, we've reviewed that wording with you, and we can plan to add that in the section that Dr. Wilkinson referred to. There aren't many substantive changes in the next few pages of the performance framework, just a little cleanup, taking out of the charter contract term to some of the criteria, because that's not how we do our reviews anymore. Now we're going to incorporate, you know, year-over-year results, whether they're in the current charter contract term or not. But then if you get to page 24, we just added this recently, and then we implemented it, and we found out that it wasn't particularly valuable. So we're recommending that we remove the English language learner criteria from the academic performance framework, like on page 2024 and 2024, page 24 and 25. Anyway, because there's just aren't large enough student populations, even in some of our largest schools, to generate valuable review results. What we found is that, you know, you have the big bucket of all kids, and then as we look into subgroups, your bucket gets smaller, and so we evaluate academic performance for students with disabilities, and then we go down even further into economically disadvantaged, and you don't fall into multiple buckets. That way you're not, you know, you're not using the same kid's scores more than one time to evaluate your school. And so by the time you get to English language learner, that subcategory is so far down the list in subcategories that there just isn't the data to provide valuable results for our performance frameworks.
Unless there's 24 students in that subgroup, in that grade level, the SDE does not report that data. So by the time you would get with our schools, that, okay, they've pulled out school students who are economically disadvantaged, they're not going to count them again because they don't want to multiple count a child. Then they take out the students then that have special needs. They don't want to count them again, so they're not going to count those students anymore. So then you get to the ELL, and basically we got no data in this category. So this may be something you want to comment on, because we have even gone back and forth about this around our conference table with staff. I hate to have something in there if we're not going to get the data for it and have to NA it every time. I hate to take it out too, so.
Yeah. That being said, you know, I think it's probably been, we're going to be changing the performance frameworks. I think it makes sense to take this out for now, and maybe there is a different ELL metric that we can add in that doesn't have the same constraints. Speaking of adding criteria, on page 28, there's a few added criteria to the academic performance framework. I do believe that it's both timely and appropriate, so we are adding some criteria for early childhood academic achievement for new and existing schools. So this means that we might have at least a few now academic criteria that we can have on P3's performance framework, because this is early childhood, and then also schools like Oklahoma Connections Academy, which recently added pre-K. So I think it makes sense to add that. And then there's not much more substantive changes until we get to page 36. And I expect that there will be some discussion here. On page 36, you can see the strike-throughs. We entered numbers here, but we are not making a recommendation. So I welcome a board discussion on the appropriate weights for our academic, or for our overall performance framework.
Well, section 4, I think this is something we've discussed the last 2 months in regards to the weights of 0.4% of based on academic performance. I think everybody seemed to be in agreement, hey, we should have a higher standard or a higher weight on what's actually happening academically. And so meeting with staff said a minimum of 60%. In fact, Damon, maybe you can share what you found. That was kind of the minimum is 60% with NACSA, and then I think the highest was New Mexico.
Yeah, there's higher, but we need to set a floor, and we need to raise the floor, obviously, and best practice was at least 60%. And I think NACSA has that standard as a minimum, and NCSI, I think operates mostly within that type of framework at a minimum, so.
Well, as states and organizations are reevaluating this process, just the same way that we are, we went out and did a search, and Colorado uses the 60% benchmark. DC uses a 70% benchmark with also adding mission-specific goals to their requirements. Texas does not use any weights. Arizona does not weight their components. NACSA is now advising not to weight the components. I could stand in front of a mirror and argue that both ways. I will tell you that the 2 times that we've closed a school or entered into the process to terminate the charter contract with the school, neither one of those times did we ever talk about weights on a performance framework, but we certainly talked about the criteria that was in that framework when considering school closure.
I think if we're gonna.
I don't think it should stay at 40. If we're going to have weights, it needs to be heightened.
That's what I was
We
going to say.
may want to come back and revisit the idea of, do we even need weights? Is today the day to do that, or do we just heighten the requirement and kind of see how that continues to work for other states? Let them step out and give that a try first.
I was going to say, if we're going to have the weights, then we ought to have
We have
a higher leaning towards the academics. And I would be curious as to the reasoning, the thought process behind not having weights. I mean, I can see why. I would just like to know more detail about that, and how that is implemented.
My interpretation, if there's no weights at all, either you're educating kids or you're not, meaning
Right.
it goes to 100%.
Right.
That's my interpretation.
And it lets the board make more flexible decisions based on that.
Yeah,
But, yeah.
other than school closure.
Yeah.
You know, where our services needed, et cetera. I did share with our chairman and our vice chair just the history, but for all of you, that whenever the statewide virtual charter school board was first put into place, before they ever had a staff, rules were written for that organization, and they weighted each of the 3 sections 33.3. Through the years, the virtual charter school board thought these numbers, this weight should come up. We have recommended a higher weight, 50%, and in 2019, that was a rule. We've only had 2 rules ever be rejected at the Capitol, and that was one of them. They refused to raise the weights at that time. The only other one had to do with the use of facilities in a virtual learning environment, but that's an old story, not for today. In the last year, the virtual charter school board recommended 50%, and that was in the first, well, that was not the last year, but toward the end of that board. They recommended that it be raised to 50%, and that was in Governor Stitt's first year as governor. And that was when he said, well, can we compromise and bring it from 33 to 40 at that point in time? So there's been a desire by this board and previous boards that number come up.
Trying to
So
understand
there's
what-
the history for what it's worth.
Yeah, what's the argument against raising it, and why did they succeed? I'm just trying to understand the thought process. Are we continuing to say, no, we want low standards? No, seriously, that's too much.
I can't speak for other people, but I would say good lobbyists.
Good lobbyist, huh? Hey, we got the charter school guy. You know, do you want higher standards or lower standards? There you go.
There you go.
So he's giving us this, right? You know,
I know the legislature is different in 2026 than previously, but perhaps as a negotiating tactic, we could set it at 80% and they'll compromise at 60.
Yeah, I think 60% minimum,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
Well,
I think
we-
that's a
yeah.
reasonable step forward to 60%. And then I think we should continue to watch what some of the other states are doing with this no weight idea.
Yeah.
And discuss it in another year.
Yeah. And again, we're just opening the door, but this is obviously something I think, according to at least the temperature in the room, it seems like everybody thinks, hey, we should be having higher academic performance.
With that question.
And then we have that step back from the earlier discussion. If we want to provide some flexibility.
Yeah.
So,
Anything else to add, Skylar, or
Not on
changes?
that. We'll leave the numbers as they are reflected for now. And there is one more new rule that we're proposing that I want to draw your attention to. It's on the next page, 37. This kind of goes part and parcel with increasing the percentage weight for the academic performance framework. But I'll just read through that first part of F real quick. So this is about creating a development plan, a plan of improvement for our schools that score poorly. Schools with a score that does not meet or exceed the academic standards of the performance framework or present the board substantial financial or legal concerns shall develop, implement, and complete a plan for improvement comprised of action items that reflect clear progress benchmarks to track performance over time with phased indicators to guide development. And so that's F, and then 1, 2, and 3 below it, you've got the what, and then 1, 2, and 3 are kind of the how. How to develop the plan, what happens if they don't meet the plan, and then the last one, number 3, is, obviously reserving the board's right to proceed to terminate if they are unable to comply with the requirements of a development plan. There's really no other substantive changes to the rules. Just a comment that, these rules, if they do get adopted, would reflect the board's process and standards, but they wouldn't have any force or jurisdiction over other authorizers in the state. So other authorizers that authorize schools, they still have their own performance frameworks and they develop them as they see fit. This just reflects what this board's charged with.
Perfect.
My only other question, and we've already talked about it a little bit briefly, but the ready to open, paper to people standards, et cetera. The State Board of Ed put at least one school kind of behind the 8 ball as far as not being able to get some funding that was on the table for them from the federal government. And we've talked about the sequencing and the synchronization to make sure that if that opportunity is there, we're not putting a potential school in a tight spot with respect to being able to get that funding that's so crucial. So I just want to make sure, from your standpoint, that what we're looking at today does at least contemplate that sequencing and makes it so that a school is not going to be in a difficult position.
Yes, that actually goes back to on page 5 and 6 of this chapter. We did put in at the bottom of page 5, 6A, for statewide virtual charter school applications, and applications shall be submitted in January. We've used that for multiple years now, and it works well because a virtual charter school does not qualify for the charter school program grant. But for brick and mortar charter schools, you might look at the top of page 6 on B. For charter schools, an application shall be submitted at least 18 months prior to July of the expected school opening year. We've actually worked with Eric Doss. He manages the charter school program, which runs through the Oklahoma Public Schools Resource Center. We've talked with him on multiple occasions about the whole time frame piece. He has told us that for eligibility, 21 to 23 months may be required for them to get their application approved and still qualify to get those grant funds. We've even talked about whenever we actually had our process in place that we could work with other authorizers, maybe they could get a similar time frame, and then he could even work the grant to have a revised timeline. So we're kind of on the same page there, but they need to submit at least 18. We're not locking them into a month the way we are virtual charter schools, so that they have that flexibility to back that up as much as 24 years prior to school opening to ensure that all the pieces fall in place and they do qualify for the grant.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? All right. So if somebody would like to entertain a motion that would allow us to enter into, initiate the administrative rules in accordance with 75 OS regarding proposed amendments and reorganization to Title 777, Chapters 1 and 10 of the Oklahoma Administrative Code.
So move.
I would recommend that I don't know if this is the proper time, I would probably look to Thomas, but he's not there. I would recommend that the motion that is made, that it accept the proposed changes to those two chapters, as well as to include with 777 10-3-4C, the paragraph, in addition to required state accountability indicators, the board may approve up to 3 mission-specific performance measures for a charter school. These must be evidence-based, valid, reliable, and aligned with the school's mission. School-specific measures may account for up to 10% of the academic weighting in the Performance Framework Index. Schools must propose such measures during the initial application process or renewal process, and performance against the measures will be reviewed annually.
All right, there's a motion on the floor currently, so we will see if there's a second to enter into the rule-making process, then we can consider the, moving forward with the rules that are proposed, right? Is that, we can split those into 2 different motions, right? Or we can do that next month.
I think we're just entertaining, are we going to enter into the?
I would prefer
Yeah.
to not include the addendum in this motion.
Yeah,
to
exactly,
enter
just
the
that we're going to
rulemaking
enter into the
process.
process, and then well, hopefully Thomas can give us more legal advice, and then we can approve or what we want to move forward. So if there's a second, that'd be great. If not, then we can consider other motions.
Second.
Okay. Call for a vote?
Kathy White,
Yes.
Bill Pearson,
Yes.
Damon Gardenhire,
Yes.
Jared Buswell,
Yes.
Kitty Campbell,
Yes.
David Dukakis,
Yes.
Brian Shellem,
Yes.
Brittany Tamacho.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Motion carries. Okay, number 9, new business. I want to,
So are we going to consider that language today?
do we want to consider?
Yes, we want to
Okay.
consider, and then we'll get it in the minutes next
So-
month to be approved.
Let's then entertain another motion to
Okay,
consider the language.
I move that the language that was just read by Rebecca Wilkinson be entered into the rulemaking draft process as an addendum to the current draft as well.
I second that.
All right, call for a vote.
Bill Pearson,
Yes.
Damon Gardenhire,
Yes.
Jared Buswell,
Yes.
Kitty Campbell,
Yes.
David Dukakis,
Yes.
Brian Shellem,
Yes.
Brittany Tamacho,
Yes.
Kathy White.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Motion carries. Okay, moving to number 9, new business. One of the things that we have, because I don't know if we have any new business that was presented, but I think there's some new business that we talked about change and some things. I want to give Kathy White an opportunity to maybe say something if you're open to that. She's been serving on our board since the inception of the board, and I think there's going to be some changes that are new. So,
Yes, I'm going to be stepping down from the board. I just have some personal family things going on right now that I need to dedicate more time. And I really appreciate the opportunity. I think y'all are really smart people, and I think you're going to do great things as far as improving the educational outcomes for the state of Oklahoma students.
Well-
Appreciate you.
well, we appreciate the time you've served on our board, and hopefully we'll continue to catch up with you, and we wish you the best and Godspeed in your new endeavors.
Yes, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Any other new business unforeseen? Okay. Item 10, if we'll entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
I second the motion.
Call for a vote.
Damon Gardenhire,
Yes.
Jared Buswell,
Yes.
Kitty Campbell,
Yes.
David Dukakis,
Yes.
Brian Shellem,
Yes.
Brittany Tamacho,
Yes.
Kathy White,
Yes.
Bill Pearson. It is 3:14. This meeting is adjourned.
All right. Thank you, guys.